Test, test. That's why I came in so late. About what do we say, 46? Yeah, I did. After speaking. Go ahead and give all three again.
Oh, oh, let's not do that.
Good evening, everyone. Let's make sure that, there it is. Good evening, everyone. City of Lamarque City Council regular agenda of June 23rd, 2025. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on June 23rd, 2025, beginning at 6 p.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom in accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code. The presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public. The meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. Council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kiara, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A. Present. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
And Mayor.
Present, thank you. At this time, we'll have our invocation and our pledge. We would like to ask, we would put on the spot, as always, our friend who is a deacon at Queen of Peace. Is that right, my friend? That's you. You're a deacon, right?
Not quite there.
Oh, you're on your way to being a deacon.
Right there.
Okay, we're going to ask our friend who is on the way to being a deacon.
Don't get the cardinal mad at me.
In light of the American Pope, we're going to ask a Catholic to pray. Mayor Pro Tem Joe Compion, and we're going to ask our newest member, Member Tanya Griffin, to lead us in our pledge. Stand if you're able.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today asking for your guidance, your wisdom, and your support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in some meaningful discussion and allow us to grow closer as a group, grow closer as a people, and grow closer certainly as a community. And we continue to remind us that what we do here today, what we accomplish, is all for you and your greater glory. And we ask always this in your most holy name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Councilwoman. Now up to awards and recognition. Are we ready for that at this point?
I see some of them here, yes.
Very good. We will now have an introduction of our summer interns, and that looks like Ms. Holbrook. Welcome again, Ms. Holbrook. This is our Human Resources Director, Michaela Holbrook, and she will begin the presentation.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council.
Hello.
Thank you. If you are one of our interns, will you please come up for me? I only have a few here. So most of them have summer camps, plans, and things of that nature. So saw a third. I guess he stepped out. But we started our summer internship program in conjunction with our summer camp program as well. We have interns from our finance department, our public works department. We have interns in our communications department and a few other places across the city. It is a 6-week program where our interns are going to be learning about how municipal government works. So please welcome them and wish them luck these next 6 weeks.
Very good. Don't want to put you on the spot, Michaela. Do you have a total number of interns that we're going to welcome this year?
College and high school currently is at 11.
11. Very good. Very good.
So we're going to try to get a couple more college interns though, just to get a couple more folks exposed to municipal government.
Absolutely. Did you want to, or did you young people, welcome aboard. Did you young people want to introduce yourselves? Public speaking is a part of municipal government, sir. Been doing this for 27 years.
I'm Vincent Mitchell. This is my second year during the internship. I really liked it last year, and I'm looking forward to doing it again.
Very good. Welcome.
Vincent was with the police department last year, and this year he's going to be with Public Works.
Very good.
High school or college? High school.
My name is Kushi Khatri, and I'm currently about to be a senior in high school, but right now I'm doing the communications department, and it is my first year, but I really like it so far.
Very good. All right. Good deal. Good deal. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome, lady. As many of you know, we started this program probably about 3 to 4 years ago because we thought what a wonderful way to get young people involved in service, in government service, and to learn municipal government, the most basic form of government that we have and the form of government that we interface with the most. And so it's been working out really well, so well, in fact, that our sister cities, and I have to say this every time we talk about it, our sister cities, Texas City and Dickinson, copycatted. If I can go back to 3rd grade,
That's true.
they copycatted our program because it's a wonderful program. And you all are certainly carrying on that tradition. So, Michaela, great work. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We look forward to seeing the entire crew at some point in the future. Thank you all. Let's give them a round of applause. Ask Michaela a question. Ms. Holbrook, after they do photos, I think one of our council members has a question for you related to this subject. But after the photos are important. They don't want to take a photo, but they are really important. Very good. Ms. Yancey.
Yes, so your 11 interns, you'll have a total of how many for the 6 weeks? How many spots are there? Like right now, we have 11, and you said that you're gonna be looking for more, like how many spots are
Yes.
still available?
So it kind of depends on who applies. So we look at each application, and if there's someone that is interested and is passionate and everything, we will make a spot for them. So it's not like, oh, we only have 15 and that's it. We're working to get youth involved, and we want them involved. So we're not, as long as funding allows, we're fitting in as many as we can.
Cause I think if I'm right, we budgeted for 20. I think.
It's more so the dollar amount that is attached to it rather than the number of spots that we have.
Yes.
The internship at the paid level of years past was quite low compared to, I guess, our sister cities as well. And so in order to keep that competitive, as well as what Ms. Hallbrook mentioned about the college interns, one of the things that we're trying to take into consideration is they do receive college credit as well. And so we're trying to obviously be more advantageous to using those dollars to get as many, but obviously trying to get quality rather than putting too many. Some of the departments, whereas they have a lot of projects as well as integration of new software and all the above, are unable to take internships this year for those reasons. And so we're trying to reallocate those to other departments that can utilize them.
I would like a number, because I know when we did develop the program, there was a number behind it, so we'll know.
In the
Because
youth
I-
fund, there's only $25,000, and being that we have increased the amount that the internship is paying,
Okay.
it is gonna lessen the number of applicants, but like I said, if someone is interested, we're doing what we can to
Okay.
bring them on. Yeah.
All right.
Ms. Holbrook, you have one left that actually came back in.
Hey, my name is Sebastian James.
Sebastian James.
Yes, sir.
And what department will you be working with this summer?
Public Works.
Very good. Welcome. We just wanted to see your face, man, and tell you we congratulate you on the assignment, and we're looking forward to all the wonderful work that you and your colleagues are going to do this summer. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Ms. Holbrook.
Ms. Holbrook.
Very good. Ms. Holbrook, I think you have
Yes,
one
sir.
more question.
Yes, sir.
I wasn't too clear after your answer or for Council Member Yancey. So you're still taking applications?
So
I
for the
hear that?
college internship, we are no longer taking applications, but we're still going through them. We received so many, we are still going through
You're
them.
going through them, but
Yes.
you're not taking applications.
Correct.
It has been
Okay.
closed, yes.
Okay.
What about for the high school?
The high school has also been closed.
closed, okay.
It's capacity.
I
so-
believe we received more applicants this year than we ever have. So even
Very good.
us narrowing those down has.
Our partnership with COM is a whole lot stronger too, and so that has helped as well.
Very good. I'll say this, Mr. Pritchett, if there is an issue with the council adding to the budget for our interns, I would certainly like to see that as an action item. We don't want to prohibit or preclude or exclude any young person from wanting to be involved in their government, from making extra summer money, and preparing themselves for the next school year. I say that, I assume without objection from council.
Right, and also, TWC has a program. I know we've tried to partner with them before in the past. There was.
Which
Can you hear
program?
me? Right, TWC, the technical.
Yeah.
So I'm just telling her about the extra.
Did you want to wrap it up? I got you.
Yeah,
Wrap it up.
we're getting into things.
We're getting ready to make a
that are
motion,
not
Gus.
this.
Don't worry. We're going to make a motion.
All right.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Michaela. Citizens' participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who signed up may speak to council, limited to 3 minutes. Wishing to speak, give the mayor, the presiding officer, your full legal name, your address, and item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks would not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press *6 to mute or unmute yourself if you're participating via telephone. If you're participating via the Zoom platform on your smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. And if you are here in person, you may approach the center aisle. There is a podium and a microphone for you to use, and you will be heard. Let us remember that this is America, and we all abide by our First Amendment right of free speech. What I have just described for you is a strong request for us to behave accordingly. But if we do not, the federal laws that we have in place, the Constitution, always trumps what we read in this section of our meeting. But we are asking for us to do this in a very professional manner. Avery, are there any persons online wishing to speak?
I would like to speak.
We have
My
one. Welcome. Hello. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, Mayor Bell. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Welcome. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I
Let's
can
do
hear
this,
you. Can you
Avery.
hear me?
Let's see if you can get them to get us to hear them, or whatever that looks like technically, and we will move to those that are here and then return to see if we can hear those that are online. For those that are here before us today, Mike Bach. Welcome, Mike. Name and address for the record, please.
Mike Bach, Long Ridge Drive, Marque, Texas. I'm here to speak on behalf of the agenda item 8-7. It's the special events calendar. When I opened that up, thought that I was reading the typo. Because for the Bayou Fest to be the longest running event in this city, it shows date to be determined. It's always been for 32 years, third Saturday, October. I'm requesting that council keep it on that same date. And if y'all need some help, it's October 17th and 18th of 2025. And just like they did down here with some multiple ones, it's October 16th and 17th of 2026. This is a 32-year-old event. This event was created in part by Mac McGaffey. Of course, that's who the park's named after. After all his years of blood, sweat, and tears in the park in that event, I followed him up, but I was there side by side with the man for all 32 years. So I was disgusted seeing this, that it wasn't set in stone like the other ones are in the bottom. So I'm just requesting that council keep it at its current and existing date, which is always the third Saturday of October for 32 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bach. Hopefully I can say the last name correctly, but I believe I can say the first names correctly. Mrs. Kelly and Mr. Paul, let's give it a college try. Nesich.
So close.
What is it?
Message.
Nesich. All right. All right.
Kelly
Welcome.
Paul, we're from Pertheus Drive.
Yes, ma'am.
We just were hoping to bring it to the attention of the council, the sewer issue that's still occurring. We've been here for 5.5 years, and it's actually gotten worse. It used to happen occasionally when it rained. Now it happens every time that it rains, where something happens at the pump station and sewer is backing up. It's coming out the manhole. It's almost like a Las Vegas fountain. It's that intense. This past February, it actually seeped into the house. It broke the wax seal under one of our toilets because the pressure was so bad. We had to open up all the cleanups on our property. We have 3 in the backyard and 1 on the front yard. So now, every time it rains, we have to open up the cleanups, which means we have raw sewage in our front yard and in 3 spots in our backyards. Fortunately, we don't have kids, but we do have animals that do what animals do and run through it, and then they traipse it into the house, which is disgusting. And the bayou, we live right on the bayou, so all of that runoff is draining directly into Highland Bayou, and it's so bad sometimes that there is a slick of raw sewage, and you can see the difference between the bayou water and the sewage water. There's also copious amounts of flushables, toilet paper, human feces, feminine products, all that. We really like for it to stop. So we just wanted to bring it to the council's attention to revisit that. We've done it before.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't seem to be getting anywhere,
Yes, ma'am.
but the smell is overcoming.
Yes, ma'am.
So.
Every time it happens and we call the city, they tell us it's the pumps, but it can't be the pumps because it doesn't happen when it doesn't rain. You have groundwater ingress into your sewage system.
It's infiltration.
Yeah, you're not supposed to have any of it.
No, you're not.
That needs to be fixed.
Yes, yes, sir.
It leaves you with headaches. The smell is so bad. It's really.
Let me ask you this. We can't get into discussion, but just so that we can glean more information from you. Is it just your house or is it your entire street?
It's the entire street. Several neighbors wanted to be here. Our neighbor to the left of us, recently had it come into his house this past rain. Mr. Tony up the street, same thing. We have,
Airbnb next door to
Oh.
last storm, they had come into the house. The
Yes.
people that were renting went out and opened the cleanup.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not isolated.
Absolutely.
And the sewage, it's a fountain that runs right under the street and runs right out into the bayou between our house and the house next door.
Yeah.
and then after the storm, there's a drying process.
Kiara.
And it's the waste products dry up in our yard, which then unfortunately there's not, I mean, you can't rake it up. You can't do anything. You can't, except for put on a mask and mow over it, which is.
It's gross.
It's gross.
Yeah, there's no other term. It's
So-
gross. Absolutely. Mr. Pritchett, before they leave, I would like you to visit with them physically.
We have
Per-
videos and photos if that would be helpful.
Can you do that before they leave the council meeting tonight? And they may walk away right now, so you may have to chase them. Very good.
We'll stay.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
Mayor,
Point of
just,
information?
just a point of information. I had on my, Mr. and Mrs. Nisich, I had on my comments at the end, a bit of a request regarding this issue, with the city manager, but it has to be reserved for at the end of the meeting.
Very good. But he's gonna meet with you before that, Mr. Pritchett. Thank you. Mr. Rashard Loftus. Are you gonna say this in front of it? Is that what you want to say? I'm not Rashard Loftus.
Good evening, Rashard Loftus, resident of Lamar. I just want to let everybody know it's hot in here. That's it.
That's it.
It is indeed hot in here. Thank you for that, Mr. Loftus. Mrs. Susan Polk. Welcome, Miss Susan. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Mayor Bell, ladies and gentlemen. I live on Studio Drive, which is one of the oldest neighborhoods. And my family has owned that house since 1952. We used to have a really big ditch in front of the house along Studio, which has never, in my lifetime, been dredged out. We now don't have a ditch. We have lots of drainage problems. We cannot even put mulch in our flower beds because it floats off. It has caused a huge hole in the street, like a big, huge puddle. And I did call the city a couple of years ago twice and left messages. Then I figured out you fill out a form online, which I did. That was September last year. The day of the Council D runoff election.
Yes, ma'am.
I stopped by, it was the pre-voting or early voting. I stopped by over here at City Council. They told me they would ask somebody to call who did. The lady pulled out my form online from September and she sent Mr. Turner and his crew out. They were very cordial, very polite, told me that I was next on the list. And I think that was a month ago. He gave me his card. I called him one time on the cell phone and he took my call again, very polite, very gracious, very nice man. However, we have not seen the location crew out there. We have not seen anybody to do it. We live on the corner of Studio Drive and Shady Lane. Shady Lane has the big drainage pipes. We have a sinkhole out there that we've reported for 5 years. We had a crew that came out who said, gosh, we didn't even know this neighborhood existed. We'll be right back. Never seen him again. We've had another people come out with Mr. Turner. They looked at it. They said, we'll be right back. Haven't seen him since. So I think that there might be a resource problem, a budget problem, an equipment problem. There's definitely a problem, and we would like to get that corrected.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just point of information.
Yes.
You're related to,
Catherine Polk's daughter.
Yeah.
oh, you're related to David and Nancy?
Yes, Nancy's my sister.
Nancy Polk.
Yes, Nancy's my sister. David's my brother. Catherine's my mother.
Yeah.
All right. We've been involved.
Yes.
Been involved in the city,
Yeah.
and in the community for decades. Absolutely. The Polk family. Polk family, since our inception. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
That's D.
D.
Mhm. Bringing up the rear. Stranger. James Ross. Welcome, James. You know the drill.
James Ross, 414 Avenue D. There's a packet for each one of the council members and for the city manager. I'd like to first say thank you, Mayor, City Council, for allowing me to speak. I'm writing this to explain why I've been all over the COVID-19 grants that the Economic Development Center issued in 2020. I've personally been aware of Mr. Lowry's grants for well over a year now. But it was not until October 10th of last year that I even thought something might be amiss. The Galveston Daily News ran an article about Mr. Lowry owing $43,000 in back taxes. On October 10th, the newspaper and cited on page A3, which you have a partial copy of page 1 and 2, that the dispute centered around the fact that his home address was incorrectly used by the appraisal district. Then on October 11th, the newspaper quoted Miss Lowry as stating, the address listed only serves as our mailing address and does not reflect our operational business location. That's when I went and looked into the requirements for the grants for the EDC. And it was one, made a physical business location in the city limits of Lamarque, which would be a check. Are not based in a home or residence. Generate sales tax revenue that benefits the city of Lamarque and has 50 or fewer employees. Once I found the requirements, I asked for all the COVID-19 grants, used the 75% rule. As long as any business could meet 75% of these requirements, I would just move on. It took me a while because I had to use Google Map with the addresses because I don't know what the old outlet mall address is and such. And when I did that, I found 2 addresses that were awarded grants that had home address and possibly no sales tax. But one grant had a PO box. And after I had a discussion with another person who was on the EDC board, it was decided that a PO box, even though kind of a hazy gray area, might suffice it. It wasn't until January of 2025 that I found the final piece of evidence that was a job posting by Mr. Lowry for a San Leon address. in February 24th of 2020. As stewards of sales tax dollars, I believe it is the fiduciary responsibility of the EDC and the council to look at all COVID-related grants, not just one, but all of them, and use that 75% rule. Is it in Lamarque? Is it in a home of residence? Does it have sales tax dollars? Does it have 50 employees or less? If they meet that 75%, move on, period. But that the only thing that I couldn't find when I was doing my research was sales tax. And if Six Brothers would have had sales tax, I would have moved on, that I could have found through the comptroller website. I think that we need to get both legal teams together and discuss it, and that's it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Point of
Thank you, Mr.
information,
Ross.
Mayor.
Point of information?
Yes, sir.
Let's take a shot at it. Go ahead. It can't be, Mr. Lowry, it has to be a quick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I've had 5 different business addresses since I've had my business in the last 10 years, 3 of which were in the city of Lamarque, just for your information, just for clarification.
Very good. Let's move on. Any person, did we get a chance to get the person?
Mayor, the Miss Haley Winkleman was the individual online. She is now here in person.
Was that you online? I heard your baby cry. I'm just kidding. I didn't hear anything. I'm just kidding. I'm teasing you. You are Miss Nance, can you get her information, please?
I'll fill out.
Yes, ma'am. Do that. Thank you. Thank you.
My name's Haley. I live off Bowie Street. I am currently in the middle of the recall process, collecting signatures for Lowry, District C council member. There's a few different reasons, but he doesn't stay to the end of meetings, doesn't get citizen concerns on the record because he's not here. And he's been censured 4 times, including for calling the children in our community derogatory names and calling us as citizens names such as criminals and thugs. Even if someone made a mistake in their past, that doesn't make you a criminal forever. And I don't know any thugs that live here. So, anyways, if you are wanting to sign, I will be outside probably for about the next 15 or 20 minutes. And I had a couple other things. First off, just a general announcement. I have seen a lot of city vehicles driving around with things on the dash and on top of the back seat. All of that can become debris in the event of an accident. Our guys drive safe, but that doesn't mean that someone won't hit them or accidents happen. So maybe we could get them totes or something so that they could put the belongings in one area. That way, if something happened, you know, we could, hopefully they wouldn't get hurt in an accident, but definitely not hurt by something in their vehicles. Another thing that I wanted to bring up, and y'all may know more about this, but I am concerned that we do not have street lights on the feeder roads. It is pitch black out there at night. We have had multiple people be hit on bicycles, pedestrians, and in cars. And this past weekend, somebody hit somebody and killed somebody right there on the feeder. And then they ran off, but the police got them because, you know, our police do their job. But they killed that man. And honestly, if there was more light there, I think that maybe we would have less accidents just in general. So it's just right there on the feeder road between like my house, like right off Main, and then all the way down to like the Delaney Outlet Mall right there. There's no lights. And all right, guys, but that's it. Sorry for the baby.
Oh, you're fine. You're
And,
fine.
thank you for your time. As always, I do appreciate you all for being here. It's very nice to see you up on that council. It's very nice to see more women up here. I hope you all have a great day.
Yes, ma'am. Point of information, I believe when we can double check, those lights that are supposed to be on the feeder road are TxDOT's responsibility. But we can definitely, as a council, forward a message to them. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Was that it, Avery? All right, let's move on, guys. Very productive. Let's move now to the next portion of our agenda. Minutes. Gus, if you don't mind, we're gonna take all of them at once. I don't hear you minding, so we'll go item 6. 6.1, regular city council minutes 4/28/25. 6.2, regular city council minutes 6/9/25. 6.3, special city council minutes of 6/16/2025. I will entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any omissions, corrections, additions? Hearing none, we'll move for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 7, old business, boards and commissions, appointments, appointing, reappointing, and or removing members of boards, commissions, and committees. Ms. Nance, did you want to offer items of note before we proceed?
Yes. At each of your seats, there was a red folder. Thank you. That contains the applications for the youth advisory, council. Yes, council, sorry. We didn't publicize these.
Do what, say, I'm sorry, we were distracted a little bit.
We just didn't publish them because they are youth applications, but these are all of the applications we currently have for the youth advisory council.
Okay. Council, do we have, not necessarily youth advisory, but do we have any appointments that we would like to, have council consider tonight? Anyone? Yes, sir. Mr. Compion.
Yes, I would like to nominate Miss Terry Taylor for the Ordinance Review Committee. That was a suggestion that former council member Ross had made, and I'd like to make that nomination.
Very good. Is there a second to that nomination?
Second that nomination.
Very good. Any other nominations tonight? Did Ms. Yancey have any appointments?
None that she told me about, but I was supposed to remind you of the appointments you're supposed to make to the Special Events Committee with council approval.
Yeah, we're gonna make those appointments, first meeting of July. Let the ordinance takes 30 days to go into effect, yes?
That one was immediately after passage.
That was well, I want to nominate, no, I'm teasing. We're gonna still wait. Did Ms. Yancey, before we move on to the next item, did she have any?
Not that she told me.
Council, we have just received this list of extraordinary young people. If you want to take a minute, a day, of 2 weeks even, to look at this list, to decide, who you believe would serve best in that capacity, no rush tonight. One more time, any other appointments from any other council members? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second for one appointment. I will call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8, new business. Items presented to council for discussion and possible action. 8.1, ordinance number letter O-2025-0013, granting an electric franchise to Texas New Mexico Power Company, a Texas corporation. Would that be Gus, or would that be Mr. Pritchett? I guess it's you, Gus.
So this is an update to the ordinance granting the franchise to Texas New Mexico back in 2015. It had expired, so this is just a renewal of that franchise agreement. And this is for the electric lines in the city.
Any questions for Mr. Knable as relates to ordinance 8.1? Mayor Pro Tem.
Couple of items, city attorney and I have previously discussed these 2 items. Number 1, and I don't know if just for clarity's sake, it's an older agreement that was first entered into, as the history says,
2015. It's probably before that.
2015. I've probably just gone on and on.
Right.
And there's some updating that I hope that can occur. We're not under a deadline for this, since it's gone on for this line, correct? Is that number 1 correct?
I mean, I'm not aware of any, I think, and he's not here, but as I understand it, the current is just operating right now.
Right now. So there were just 2 things I wanted for clarity, and this came up after our weather events. members of council. The number one, the agreement does not speak to the need to clarify and deal with the debris, the trees and the branches. Those were the calls that we were getting after the storms. And they were in the electric right of way. The document itself, the existing agreement, doesn't speak to that. I did review some other ones. There's some general language about maintenance, but it doesn't really speak to that particular item. So that's one area, council, that I hope you share my concern over that.
Yeah, sure.
Because that was where we got the calls from. And matter of fact, I want to thank the city of Lamarque. Previously, our previous city manager as well. We had lines on Texas Avenue, on Texas Avenue that were down in trees as well too. And the city stepped in the absence of Texas, New Mexico, and the TxDOT and dealt with that immediately for the safety of our community. That's number one. And number two has to do with the fee that's being paid in this. And once again, I had this discussion with our city attorney. Just my thought here on this. These agreements have gone on and on and on. It's the same fee. The Texas, New Mexico in their service area has X number of these agreements. My suggestion is that there be some language in there that says if there ever is an agreement that is entered into by Texas, New Mexico, where they've increased the payment to the municipality, that they notify us of that. And in the effect, and at that point, we have some time period, 30 days or 60 days, probably 60 days in terms of our time meeting schedule, for us to decide whether we're also going to be asking for that increase to also come to the city in terms of the fee structure. Those are the two thoughts that I had on this agreement to perhaps improve it.
Very good. My first thought, Joe, but then you said something else that made me think different, because it sounds like it's outlined in one of the original agreements. Clearly, it is the city, the municipality's responsibility to maintain her easements. And that goes from the street to the sky. One of the things that we are responsible for is maintaining the space between the branches of trees that sit on our property and the power infrastructure. Now, you just said to me that in this agreement or in previous agreements, Texas, New Mexico has assumed some of that responsibility. So that means then I would then tend to want to support what you're saying. And so, Gus, for me, if we can get them to give us stronger language around that idea, because we are allowing them to assume our responsibility for those down power lines due to branches. And the number one issue we have in storms aftermath in this city is the excessive time it takes for power to be restored because of the tremendous amounts of damage that are done to our power lines, not necessarily because of the winds, but because of the unmaintained trees. So can we get stronger language? We can do whatever we want, you said, but they're the power company and
We can ask.
we can ask. Okay. Does that suffice?
Yes, sir.
Anyone else on that issue before we move to the second part of what Mayor Pro Tem, we all good with that? All right. The second part of what you said is that we as a municipality and all municipalities should be notified if there is an increase in the franchise fees, correct?
In the franchise fee that they negotiate with another jurisdiction in their service area.
Say that to us as if we're in the 6th grade. Go.
Okay. If they're entering into a new agreement with the city of Luling, Texas, and I don't even know if they're and in that agreement with Luling, Texas, they're paying them a higher, and they're pennies now, minor fractions of pennies.
Right.
But if they're paying them a higher fee, then they should notify us that they entered into an agreement with Luling, Texas, that they're paying them a higher fee. And we have an option at that point to consider whether we also want the payment of the higher fee. Now, this is interesting in talking with the city manager. He and I mean,
Attorney.
I'm sorry, the city
Attorney.
Sorry. I will put that job. But we both understood that when it comes to the utility companies,
Yeah.
they're passing on all the fees to us anyway, as the ratepayers, right?
Right.
But I just want us to have the option to say, well, we're going to also ask for that higher fee, because we in turn can collect that franchise fee and distribute it back to services to our community. That's just the thought process there.
One more time, Gus, is there anything illegal about what Mayor Pro Tem is asking the council to consider?
Doesn't hurt to ask them.
Very good. All right, we got two things that we want to add. Here, are you keeping track? You keeping score? Any other council member have any things that they'd like to add or remove from this proposed agreement? Anyone? Hearing none, I will then, if we're done discussing, I will entertain a motion, Ms. Nance, if I can, that will move forward with this agreement with those two caveats as a part of our ask.
If I could, I would ask that the motion be to direct us to go back and negotiate that.
Very
with
good.
them.
I will entertain that motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Very good. Item 8.2, I believe. Is that right? Resolution number, letter R -2025-0032, appointing a representative and an alternate to the Gulf Coast Transit District Board. Ms. Nance, who would our representative and our alternate be currently?
1 second. Sorry, I had stepped out.
No, you're fine. You have a big job over there. If you need Avery's help, he said he'd help.
I believe we currently do not have an alternate, and that is what brought about this request. And I will thank Mayor Pro Tem Compion for bringing it to our office's attention.
Who's the first representative?
Mayor,
Do you know?
You are
You.
the mayor.
By fact or by
By decision.
by decision? Very good. Wait a minute. By what decision?
You know that agreement that goes back? This is one of those agreements.
Well, let's straighten. Well, that's why we hadn't had any representation.
The position of the mayor is the representative.
All right. Well, we definitely, I will say this to my colleagues. We should get 3 or 4 alternates on this one. I'm teasing. So who wants to volunteer to be the alternate? Because that's a lot of meetings for.
They are during the day.
Yeah,
too.
a lot of different hats, different directions. And so we definitely need an alternate for that. Don't all volunteer at once.
I'll be the alternate for that.
Do you want to be the alternate, Ms. Yancey? Does anybody have an objection to Ms. Yancey being an alternate? Well, I need a motion.
So moved.
There a second?
Well, the motion is for us to appoint.
Kimberly Yancey as alternate. Is there any way they can unappoint me?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. So you have to appoint, you could appoint a representative, an official alternate, and then there's a proxy. So there's a third person.
So here, okay, so let's go back. In all seriousness, because I was not aware of this, is this an appointment that goes with the office of mayor, is what you're saying?
Historically, it has been the office of the mayor.
Historically, but that's not,
But it's not a requirement. You can appoint who you'd like.
okay. Does anybody want to serve as the official representative of this body? If not, I will stay as the official, but I would need definitely an alternate to work with me.
I will.
You will do what? Serve as
Serve
the,
as official.
there it is. We got to volunteer to serve as the official and as the alternate. And so I will entertain that motion if that's legal, Ms. Nance, based on our relationship with the Gulf Coast Transit District Board.
Yes.
Is that lawful? I will entertain that motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on this one? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8-3, wastewater treatment plant bid award. Approving bid submitted by Industrial TX Corporation in the amount of $27 million. I'm so sorry. $27,572,000. We're gonna ask Ms. Hobby, who is, I believe, the second in command over at the Public Works Department, to come and shed light on this $500,000 of 27. I don't know why I wanted it to be $500,000. This $27 million.
Alex Severs from Grant Works is also online as well.
Mr. Alex, are you there?
I am indeed. Hello, everyone.
All right, and
Here
Odura
to
is
answer
here as
any
well.
grant compliance questions if you have them.
Very good. We're getting lined up we're getting organized to address this issue. So we have Odura, Ms. Hobby, Grant Work. Did you say Grant Works?
Yes, sir.
Grant Works and Brent.
I'll
All right.
defer to Mr. Rick and Ms. Amanda there to start that off. And if you have any questions, just let me know.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Ms. Hobby.
Okay, so we are asking, we went out for bids. We are asking that council approve Industrial Texas Corp. for $27,572,000 for the wastewater treatment plant expansion.
Okay. We had a workshop on this, right?
Yeah.
This is the one where there were 2 or 3 designs.
Yes, sir.
And you basically said we need to go with one so that we can finish it?
Yes.
Okay.
Got it.
We got the one.
Got the
Can
one.
you describe, because there was big debate.
Yeah, it worked out to our favor that we got it under the amount that we had left over to work on this project. So we are under the budget, and we plan on doing some other stuff for the city, additional lift stations for the city with the remaining money.
I see you, Joe. Let me, so you all, when you came to make a presentation, there was a small city somewhere around here. Was it Sealy or somewhere? You said y'all toured the
one we toured, Sealy has one, and the one we toured was Anahuac.
Anahuac, that's what it was. So we're talking about the same one that was in
Same
Anahuac.
one, yes, sir.
Okay.
But of course, ours is a better design, bigger.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. We just want to make sure that we keep it scored. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something?
Yes, this is one of those things that is deserving items. It's deserving of repetition. I like that phrase sometimes that Councilmember Yancey uses about a teachable moment. As a community, we have to understand that the millions of dollars, and this began, I give credit to credit is due, with an effort by former city manager Jackson after the Hurricane Ike and pursuing the allocations that were available by the general land office for municipalities. And the city of Lamarque was successful in that to the tune of approximately $48 million. And that has permitted us on the front end to do initially some of the hardening of the, what do you call those things?
Lift station.
The lift stations.
Absolutely.
And we've seen some of those completed already. There's one going on at Voight as well too, on Valmy, which is, Mayor, you know that historically, it's been described to me, that's been the situation of waste overflowing into people's home and into the bayou, for which we've been penalized by the Texas Water Commission. And and the other point to remember, this is grant dollars. And the other point to remember, traditionally in other cities, they've had to go out and issue revenue bonds in order to accomplish this aim. We've been able to do that without that. And then following up, Mr. Jackson, the city manager, Mr. Garcia, aggressively working with Grant Works and Miss Alice Ashley, pursued other grant opportunities where we've been able to also pursue the dollars and accomplish that for the manhole covers. You've seen the manhole covers around the community. That's also a process of avoiding that overflow into the homes as well too. It's not all completely but you're seeing those new manholes. I think we need to paint them a fluorescent color so that the people will recognize that work is being done here in our community. This small community of 13 square miles and the investment on there. So I'm glad to see this progress. I hope the work is done in a timely fashion and on that side. And thank you for your continued effort to work with us.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
When was the completion date again?
The completion date will be January.
I think
January
October of 26.
27th.
October.
January or October?
October of 2026.
Of 26?
Guy who knows.
Well, what were you gonna get done in January?
Well, we have 2 months to close it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, there is an administrative closeout period, and that gives us a bit of a buffer. I think the latest you could push that out to is November of 2026. And so we got some wiggle room, and we're gonna get started.
Very good. We're having a good time over here if you can't tell.
I was going to say to Mr. Lowry's point, the construction will be done by that October 2026. It gives them 2 months to close out everything with the federal government for that. To Mayor Pro Tem, your point, it will definitely improve the capacity and the efficiency, the reliability. Some of the residents that spoke tonight and some of the other even business issues or businesses that we've dealt with on that side of town, lining up 45. This will not only expand the entire wastewater treatment plant for everyone on that side of the city, the future development for the city of Lamarque, but will, and we're very happy that it came under budget so that we can do additional lift stations as well. Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, we have 3 completed on this thus far, but we are looking to how many we can get done in addition to those that will help the wastewater treatment plant expansion as a whole.
Yeah, I think we have like 2 that are complete and another that is nearly complete. Last I was informed. So yeah. And we should be able to get, I don't have a number because I'm not the engineer or doing the budget on this. But we should be able to get a fair few number, or a couple more at least.
Lift stations, 7 to 8 more lift stations. So we have about $9.1 million left over. So we need to hold back about $3 million, which is gonna be 10%, almost 10% of the project, in case if there's any change orders. And then with the 6.1 million, we're working with Adequo as we speak. We already spoken to Shannon and Amanda. They got together, give us a list on the order of what needs to get done. So we're working up the numbers, and as soon as we work them all up, they're already designed. So we're gonna put them out for bids in the next 2-3 weeks. So we're gonna get going on
The lift stations.
Yes, so hopefully, I'm saying about anywhere between 6 and 8 lift stations.
And I know that I spoke with our message back and forth with council because the day that I think a few of you were trying to call our office was the day that we had our update meeting with the general land office, which took a majority of the day. But it was about this project and around everything surrounding it. And so everything is in order. And then obviously with this award, we can start construction.
Yeah.
We are very happy and glad that we're going to be able to do additional lift stations for the city.
Yeah.
That's going to help a lot.
Amanda, how many lift stations did we start needing repaired? Was it 21? We have 23. And 2 or 3 years ago, we talked about 21 of them needing major, Brent, I see Brent. And so at some point, the number that we would be able to do decrease significantly because price of money went up.
Absolutely.
And it went down to what number?
We're hoping that we can get probably to, as we're getting the ones that are the worst ones, we could probably get a total of maybe anywhere between 8 and 10.
So how many have we already done, or how many?
We've completed 2.
2.
We're working on the last one, which is
3.
almost done. And then we're gonna bid out 6 to 8 more, depending on how the bids come in. We'll have bid alternates on those.
Sure.
And then if there's more money left over, and we don't use up the 3 million, we'll bid out more.
Okay,
And
So-
then as we're going down the list, they're smaller, so we can do more.
more, okay. So basically, roughly half of those that are in major disrepair will be addressed, at least half, okay. Let me finish my thought, Joe, and then I'll bring you back in. I wanted to make sure that we are aware as we spread this good news, that this will not necessarily stop sewer or sewage from backing up in your homes. That fundamentally and primarily is a problem of infiltration. That is the major problem when sewer backs up in a ditch, when sewer backs up on Perseus Road Drive, when sewer backs up on Volney. The main problem is infiltration. What does that mean? That means that rainwater and other types of water, fresh water, whatever, seeps into our sewer system and it increases the volume artificially. And when the volume is increased artificially, everything starts to back up. That is the main reason, if you can hear me, wherever you are, that is the main reason you have sewage backing up in your ditches and in your bathtubs. What are we doing, ladies and gentlemen, to address that issue?
So one of the things that I will point out
Gentlemen,
for when
go.
it comes to that is some of these systems, and I have explained this to a number of residents in their homes. Mr. Bro and I have done site visits and we will continue to do site visits as well. We've even had a major business that this has affected them because they've had to send people home in the middle of a workday. And what that has to do with is the design of the system of the past. So we have had specific pumps that only are at an effective rate of 25 feet. The problem is these systems themselves are a minimum of 30 feet down. And so they're already charged, meaning that there's already water there. But we, unfortunately, because of the system of they are and the way that they were put in, they can only pump down to 25 feet. So what does that mean? That it can be charged up to 5 feet already in the system, allowing it to back up on the line and not be effective. Mr. Bro and his staff have met with the companies of the past that have had that, and with lack of a better word, held them to the standard of the work being done. And those repairs are being done in conjunction with these lift stations, as well as when we look at additional lift stations, making sure that they are not done, make sure that problem is not occurring again. So with the expansion of the wastewater treatment plant, the new lift stations done, as well as the specific problems that we have of those effective depths and the charge systems that we already have, those are all being re-engineered so that we can be effective to the overall city. In addition to, and I think that this is on the water loss report, on city manager's report, but our water loss, the infrastructure problems that we're looking at, everybody remembers when we were over 65% of water loss in the city. And I haven't read it since Friday, but one of the May water loss reports of where we're sitting, 22%. So again, we're repairing the system to prevent that from seeping in so that we do not have those problems in the future.
Very good. So basically you're saying, and this is just a yes or no so that I can get Mayor Pro Tem back in. You're basically trying to tell us that the majority of this infiltration is coming from our water loss. They are running hand in hand with each other.
That and drainage issues, but we're hitting both of those right in the head. Yes,
Gotcha.
sir.
Let's get Mayor Pro Tem back in. Ms. Yancey, did you wanna? Oh, no.
No,
Okay.
I just wanted, after he finishes. that's
Okay,
fine.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Ms. Yancey.
No, I just want to make sure, are we on schedule now? Because I know that was a big issue.
Yes.
We're right on time. Okay, thank you.
Very good, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, Mayor, I'm going to reserve my comments on these other issues at the end because I don't want to get Gus mad at us.
Sure.
We're going too much. We're here to
He does
prove a
that.
contract, okay?
Yeah.
But I've been following up on this and I'll talk about it at the very end. But for the moment, I'd like to move that we proceed
Ready to
with
call the
approval.
question?
Call the
Let's
question
do
to
it.
Move. for
Do we have a motion on the floor or no?
I'm making that motion.
You making that motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, lady and gentlemen. We are now on 8-4, I believe. Is that right? 8-4. Construction contract award.
Yes.
Waterline rehabilitation, LJA project number, letter E 019-1013, awarding a construction contract to, I guess this is Schohill, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Schohill Construction Services LLC for the Waterline Rehabilitation Project within areas 6 and 7 in the amount of $2,930,985. Ms. Hobby, would you remind us, if you know, where are areas 6 and 7?
You can catch me on this one. I believe it starts from Blue Bonnet.
District D.
Grafton.
District D.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
District D.
Yeah.
So what that is, areas 6 and 7 were identified as the highest priority of our rehabilitation zone due to the old aging infrastructure. What it is that it's that 2-inch galvanized water lines in the city. To make a long story short, we don't do business like that anymore. Many of them are beyond repair and definitely beyond useful service life. And so the intent of engineering of this scope is to replace the water mains, the valves, the hydrants, the service connections, along with necessary pavement and site restoration in those areas of 6 and 7, which is, again, historically our oldest part of infrastructure in District D.
Is this the grant award that we received from Congressman Weber's office? I thought it was somewhere around $4 million. Is this part of that? or
This
no?
is not part of that.
This is not part of
No,
that.
sir. This is an additional one.
Any further questions on item 8?
Do you know what streets are gonna be impacted by it? If not, I can get it.
I will have to get that information for you. Yes, ma'am.
Very good.
Any should be within the agenda. The maps are attached in the agenda.
I found them in there. but
found
they
Okay,
have to
I'll
block off.
look through them and check. Thank you.
Very good. Any further questions?
Just a comment,
Mayor
Mayor,
Pro Tem?
this funding came from the additional grant amount that came through Houston Galveston Area Council.
I believe so. Yes,
On
sir.
the additional.
After the
hurricane
48, yeah,
hit.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
After that,
Yes.
that's where this funding came from.
Thank you for that, Joe. All right, if there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8-5. Wisteria Drainage Improvements Project, E 019-1014, change order number 1, approving Wisteria Drainage Improvement Change Order number 1, modifying inlet structures and pipe configurations due to a material substitution. Ms. Hobby.
I honestly can't answer all. The only thing I know is we're switching out the material that we're using, but we're staying within budget because of the cost of the fill. So I think this one,
What we're going from is a concrete arch pipe to a plastic pipe.
Yeah.
And again, that was given to us by engineering. That change in material required adjustments for the pipe configuration. It's using a double barrel plastic pipe in certain segments in order to maintain proper hydraulic flow in those areas. It's wider. It's a modified inlet. Those inlet boxes to accommodate the increased pipe width. What that change order really is to dictate to be made to accommodate the material availability and the construction prices and concerns that follow with that.
Thank you, Ms. Pritchett. Any questions for Ms. Hobby or Mr. Pritchett as it relates to 8-5? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Miss Tanya, you are batting 1,000 tonight. Look at all this work in District D. You show up and all kind of stuff happens. I'm teasing. Thanks to James Ross as well as Miss Tanya. 8-6, American Fidelity. Approving the agreement between American Fidelity and the city of Lamarck for pre-tax payroll deductible benefits for employees. Ms. Holbrook.
So currently the city offers, Aflac pre-tax deductible payroll options for our employees. And I've had several complaints from, many of our staff members. And so in order to try to improve, upon those services to our employees, I'm looking at making a switch to American Fidelity. But I would need your guys' approval, being that it is a contract for Mr. Pritchett to sign off on, but there is no cost to the city on this. This is just employee paid into.
Any questions for Ms. Holbrook on 8-6?
I do.
Mayor Pro Tem.
You mentioned Aflac, and I saw it on the information here. Aflac traditionally was just a company offering compensation for out-of-pocket costs or perhaps some disability on a person that had to
Yes, sir. So
leave their
they,
job temporarily.
yes, sir. So they offer different like short-term, long-term disability packages, but they also offer things like hospital coverage, cancer coverage, things of that nature. Yes, sir. But the problem we were running into is that our employees were going to utilize those packages that are offered and either having difficulties reaching the representative or having difficulties on reimbursement and things of that nature. And a really great thing about American Fidelity is that they will actually come in and help me and meet with employees with me so that they can actually explain all the offerings that are available.
American Fidelity, is this the Galveston insurance company that's based in Galveston?
No, so that's American National.
No, there's another group there that's over on off of
Right next to Star Drugstore. I believe that's just a agent office.
This is a nationwide service. I'm not sure. They may have a Galveston office. I'm not
All right.
sure. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? I will entertain a motion. Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8-7, special events. Drafting a special events calendar for fiscal year 25-26. Mr. Pritchett.
Yes, sir. So on the second part of the agenda, one of the things that we have discussed as a whole, part of the things that has been before council for quite some time now are the overall events for the city. One of the things that we're trying to do as diligent as possible is make sure that we are planning for these as a whole. As we have already discussed and as it states, the items that are on there, Bayou Fest, Fair on the Square, spring cleanups, fall cleanups, our hurricane huddle, and a back to school event. The calendar events that we have on here as well are Founder's Day or the city's birthday, trunk or treat, Veterans Day breakfast, our Christmas parade, volunteer appreciation dinner, MLK parade. We have put the dates on there for, again, a majority of these, the Easter egg hunt or Easter egg scramble, the BTR Cajun Throwdown event for next year, the Election Day, Lemonade Day, Cinco de Mayo, because those all fall together, Servolution, our Juneteenth Gala, Life and Liberty, and, well, we already said Founder's Day. And then what we are looking for is, obviously, as we are heading into budget season now, to make sure that the will of the people and council for all of these, that we're managing those appropriately. One of the things that we've looked about in years past versus now is making sure that we maintain the proper budget dollars that come to all of these events, which would also include the use of our hot funds, hotel occupancy tax, the monies that are given to Bayou Fest, the city's birthday that we have discussed, which typically falls on the third Saturday of October. there's been a number of people to inquire about bringing back Fair on the Square. And so obviously we wanted to bring this to council to discuss as a whole, but obviously to talk about these calendar events as they pertain for the year as a whole. Because if we are planning these events during budget season, but once we hit October, once that budget is approved, those monies that are already expensed, one of the major stressors that we as staff are trying to maintain is those budget dollars. If $5,000 was given to an event, we don't want, nor is it the people or council's will to spend over that 5,000. So obviously we have had an updated contract with the Chamber of Commerce to include events and their details and such. One of the desires of the chamber, and unfortunately I spoke to Mr. Culp, but he could not be here this evening. He is, but he could not be here this evening. They are doing a business collective at the chamber this evening, and so scheduling would not allow him to be here. But when it pertains to our partnership with the chamber, our partnership with BTR, there are members of BTR for the events, obviously members of the Parks Board and staff to answer questions when we look at these things as a whole. For us, we just have to make sure that the monies that we are allowed to spend on these events, that we do not go over the fact. One of the major issues that was talked about in the past is the staffing cost that is attached to these events as well. So if we spend, if we're given 100,000 and we spend 90,000, but we don't equate into the staffing costs that go into the events, that's people that are taking off of repairing water lines, that's people taking off of repairing streets, or any other additional jobs in the city. Obviously, we've had some administration changes. We've had some institutional knowledge and people who have been part of these events for a number of years that even predate myself. That are no longer with the city. And so we wanted to make sure that we are bringing this before council and the public as a whole to discuss how we plan these in the future.
Very good. That's one of the things I think that, and the proverbial elephant in the room is scheduling.
Yes, sir.
It is a determination by this council on how we want to fill a date in October and a date in March. Along with, you're saying, approval of budgets.
Yes, sir.
Well, tell me how you want us to handle that, or how you're requesting that we handle that. Are you asking us to then think about these things and be prepared for a budget workshop as it relates to the financial part of this?
One of the things that we really need to talk about, and what staff has already begun to do, is we have pre-budget meetings with staff that begin, I believe, as early as it's either the tail end of this week or the beginning of next week. And so what those are going to be covering are some of our smaller departments in the beginning, as well as these auxiliary funds that we discuss as a whole. Now, unfortunately, we all know where we kind of sit when it comes to what is now a 4-letter word of inflation. And so the amount of monies that we collect, for instance, hotel occupancy tax, the amount of monies that we collect have not gone up substantially. The cost in order to utilize those for other events in the city have gone up substantially. And so what we are trying to do is be the best stewards that we can with the taxpayers' money, so that we are utilizing our partnerships, whether it's with the chamber, with other funds in the city, whether it's Parks Board, KLMBC for the cleanups, BTR for their Cajun Throwdown event in the city of Lamar. But what we're trying to do is pull all of these resources together to make sure that we, again, all work symbiotically together, that we spend our monies the most efficiently ways that we can, and that the chamber, again, they have resources and partnerships that the city of Lamar does not have. And that's why our contract with them was changed in order to best utilize those. So when we look at, obviously, Spring cleanup, fall cleanup, those are pretty straightforward. Hurricane huddle, pretty straightforward. The back to school event, as well as the other additional that we've put on there are pretty straightforward. The ones that we have talked about that, again, there has been a toss up and where we have got influx comes to the bringing back of Fair on the Square. And then obviously, what does that mean for City of Lamarck's Bayou Fest?
Go ahead, Joe.
I need to get in this conversation. First of all, I agree with you. I'm not prepared to look at dates. I saw this as some suggestions that your administration put out. That's number one.
Yes, sir.
So I didn't, in terms of, I have some dates in mind, but the other thing is when we're looking at dates, what I don't see here is fall cleanup, spring cleanup, Bayou Fest, hurricane. Those are items that are drawn up from our commissions, from our boards. They're the ones that are giving us the preferred dates. That's how the process has worked before me, when coming on this council, and for the 6 years that I've been. That's community right there. That's not suddenly the city administration bringing in somebody new. The second thing I've noticed over the 6 years is suddenly we're so in bed with the Chamber of Commerce. They've never been around when we really needed them, truthfully. And I'm an old timer speaking of that. You know, they were certainly around at Bayou Fest, but that's certainly because we were putting up to $50,000 in that particular effort over there from the contribution from Waste Management, right, Mayor? The 50,000 from Waste Management. So, and then this other thing on the Fair and the Square, suddenly that's being put on here. And I don't recall us ever taking any action with regard to putting that as an event. If the chamber wants that as an event.
We've gotten that from citizens, not from the chamber.
But that's not come here to us. Now it's here. And that's something for us to determine whether that's going to be an event here.
Absolutely.
You know, Fair in the Square, I have a trailer in the back of my dad and Cowboy Jones. They were out there started Fair in the Square out there. And I have the old.
How many years ago?
God knows that's. I don't even tell you my years. I don't know how old I am there really, right? But that's where, and so, but it was a different environment. Fair in the Square, it was literally, Councilman Brosteen will tell you, there was a land that was there for us to do a real fair, and that doesn't exist anymore. So I hope, Mayor, that what we're asking to do is, this is some proposals that will put this back on agenda as old business, that we come back and visit and supplement and give you some formal suggestions, some ideas from our boards and commissions as to preferred dates and dateline. And then let's take being back involved in this process. Thanks.
Yes, I think a big part of the dates that you pointed out in the beginning, the spring cleanup, fall cleanup for KOMBC, those are standard weekends every year. The date changes by 1 or 2 dates depending on the calendar year, but those stay every week or every year around the same time. Hurricane huddle would be the same. That's set by our emergency management coordinator as well. We do not have a standard back to school event that we have had. There's partnerships with TCISD, Ignite Mainland, Odyssey Academy, all of these different schools that ask us to participate in back to school events. And so what we are trying to do is to actually figure out how we're going to do those partnerships when it comes to as a whole. And the reason why Bayou Fest was brought up was because this council has talked about the amount of money that was spent on Bayou Fest versus the attendance that we've had over the years past. That's why it was brought up.
Yeah, let me jump in. You want to jump in too? Let me jump in, and then I'll jump out and let you jump in, and then I'll finish. I wanted to add Small Business Summit. Who has a typewriter? You got a typewriter? Small Business Summit, Senior Safety Summit. I thought I heard you mention Hurricane Huddle, right? Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem, I get where you're going. I think that this is the administration's attempt to get direction. I don't think this is a yay or nay, up or down, but I think this is what we hear from council and from community. Here it is. How do you want us to proceed is the way that I'm taking this. I have comments about all of that, what you're talking about, and the chamber and all that. Let's let Ms. Yancey in.
No, I just wanted to say, I'm a big fan of BioFest to the council. I think BioFest, brings a lot of people and we've got that reputation. I think we need to hold on to that. I think though, while we're in our budget season, we look at it and maybe get a partnership, a sponsorship.
Yes, ma'am.
More sponsorships, basically, because I know we've utilized some in the past. But in Fair on the Square, you know, when I lived in Dickinson and Clear Lake, we came down for Fair on the Square, and that is a lot of people that are in their 40s and 50s, that they all want Fair on the Square, but I don't know how we fit that in, because BioFest kind of took, in my opinion, took the place of Fair on the Square, but everyone has this memory of downtown Marque and coming here, and it was very festive for those of us that grew up in G County. You came here for Fair on the Square every year. So and I think we're dealing with a multi-generational city. So you got your older people, they want that back, and you got your younger people that like, we like BioFest. So the question is, how do we afford it? Where do we find the funding for that? But I do know those two. I think BioFest should stay. I was a participant in BioFest and the spring Cajun
Throwdown.
which to me, there was enough space, 5 to 6 months apart, for us to do. I differ from Joe. I went through the main leadership program with Chamber. I love our Chamber. I think Tim has brought a lot more that we've seen in the past, as far as making sure that we have an even representation. So I see that happening. Can we have more? Perhaps, but I think we need to make sure that we say a little bit more, make sure that the businesses of Marque participate with the chamber, and that has not always been the case.
Yes, ma'am.
But BioFest, Fair on the Square, I think that's two things. Definitely BioFest, Fair on the Square, maybe if not this year, maybe we plan it for next year in 26 or 27. But just to kind of, but we do have a special events committee though, that's going to work on that. Fair on the Square, I think we plan that 2 years from now.
And I think the initial intent for bringing back Fair on the Square would be to showcase Lamarck businesses, to close off downtown. I'll be the first to admit, I wasn't here for Fair on the Square.
Yeah.
And so, but from what residents, historic residents, as well as those that have grown up with it, have always discussed is how impactful it was. I think even Mayor Pro Tem points out that he still got the trailer, and Mr. Osteen and all the above. And so it obviously was a historic and impactful event that changed. And so for bringing that back the intent would be to close down that Renaissance district of the city of Lamarck, to showcase that area so that we can continue to build that area, which is the EDC is, desired and working to do, so that we can again fill that to its capacity and make sure that we are providing that downtown Renaissance district for many years to come. The items that have been discussed were to close off, to have and receive sponsorships so that we can have the same type of live music added to that, but also to add a 1K, 3K, 5K aspect, because that is what is needed for us to utilize our hot funds for that type of an event. Obviously, it is different than Bayou Fest, and no matter what anyone says, there is no desire to get rid of Bayou Fest. What we want to do is to make sure that we are spending the appropriate tax money and then utilizing the partnership money that we do pay out so that those monies go to a different aspect of it. Otherwise, we have a duplication of efforts and we're spending way too much. And what we have gone back to is look at the budget on how much has been spent, not only from the fund, but from the departments themselves of Bayou Fest. And so we have to be better when it comes to being stewards of taxpayer money.
Yeah. Well,
I have a question, Mayor.
go ahead, Mr. Griffin.
How does
us drafting this calendar and coming up with the calendar impact the special events committee that you guys are supposed to put together?
It will guide the special events committee.
It's supposed to be
Mhm.
used as a guide.
Mhm.
I just want to say that, I am in support of, Mike's comments. The Bayou Fest has always been held in October. I know we, do a calendar for the Parks Board, and that was one of the events that we had on there. I can understand the questions, and the, concerns that residents have about cost and attendance. But, that should at least have a date on it, the regular date, just like all of the other events that we have annually. And we should have just discussed it as a council instead of separating it out like that. That's my time.
Yes, ma'am. I think that was done on purpose. I think that was done on purpose. I think it was purposely left blank, and I don't mean this as some sort of slight against administration. I mean this as administration, in my opinion, doing its job. Let me tell you what I saw. I was at Bayou Fest. I was in the VIP tent 2 years running. You know what I saw, Joe, when the bands were playing? You want to know what I saw? I saw grass. Grass. Didn't see any people watching the bands. I saw open spaces of grass all around Highland Bayou. Not 1 year, not 2 years, but 3 years in a row. Here's the reality. My name is not Bobby Hocking. I am not an entertainer or a musician. Bayou Fest is not my prime administrative goal. It is safe city. I am a firefighter, public safety. And at the same time, God rest his soul. And I know Mike is doing his hardest to be, but nobody will ever replace Lewis Mac McGaffey. You get a Bobby Hocking and you get a Mac McGaffey, and you got all sorts of people at the Bayou Fest. But we aren't those people. And what I've seen was an event that we paid tens of thousands of dollars to put on, and grass. That is a problem. It's a huge, huge problem. And let me tell you some of the undercurrents of that problem. The chamber, Mayor Pro Tem, has slowly decided that they don't want to be in the event planning or production business. Full stop. Don't want to be there. They have backed out year after year, further back, further back, further back. Not because Tim Culp doesn't want to be involved, I don't think, but I think their board is moving their director in a different direction. And so here's the issue for me. When I look out and I see grass, I too think about Mac McGaffey. Here's what I think about. It was said earlier that the Bayou Fest has been put on for 32 years. That sounds like somebody's child. I believe, because I served with him, Mac McGaffey birthed a baby called Bayou Fest amongst the whole Parks Board and the whole community. What we're not paying attention to is the fact that it was a replacement, the Bayou Fest was a replacement for the fair on the square. The original Happy Birthday Lamarck was not the Bayou. Did you know that, Joe? It was not the Bayou Fest. It was the fair on the square. Now, here's what I think about when I think about Mac McGaffey's legacy. If in fact the Bayou Fest was his baby, and the Bayou Fest appears to be sick and suffering and near death, what would Mac want to do with his baby? Would he want to put it in a position that it can overcome, be healthy, and thrive? Or would he want it just for the sake of leave it the way it is so that it can die? And if it dies and it's on its way to a death, then what of Mac's legacy after that? The only thing that's being discussed here is switching partners. The chamber does not want to be in the Bayou Fest business in that way anymore. We have begged them, we have negotiated with them, we have bargained with them. They don't want to do it. But there is another partner who has proven that they can, in March, put on a festival that makes the Bayou Fest look small and insignificant. That's fact. Those are facts. So why are we fighting so hard to keep a Bayou Fest in a month that is slowly dying and not try, on behalf of Mac McGaffey, to partner this Bayou Fest with a group that will take the place of the chamber and then some, and then turn right back around and in that third Saturday of October, return the city's original birthday party back to where it should be. The fair on the square was the city's birthday party. And there is a movement to bring it back. Now, we can have one festival in October and we can continue to see grass. Or we can partner with an organization, move that festival to March, same place. James, did you know that? The same place. Mac McGaffey Highland Bayou Park in March. And then allow for, in October, the re-emergence of Fair on the Square. Those are two events instead of one event. And so I appreciate that you left it blank, because my full intention, my full vote, my full understanding, the way that my relationship with, as a council member with a Parks Board chairperson, Mac McGaffey, it says, I think that Mac would want that event to live on more than he would want that event to die in October. I'm off my soapbox. I don't know what we're gonna do with all that, what I just said, but it was heavy. And I unburdened myself. Go ahead, Joe. Get in.
I want to get heavy too.
Get heavy.
All right. First,
Let's put, Kara, put about 5 minutes. I'm done. We're gonna let Joe and the rest jump in.
couple of clarity. You mentioned some things about another organization. I don't know anything about this.
Facts.
And okay, so that's
Facts.
number one. Don't know anything in the dark. I don't like being in the dark when it comes on that stuff.
Very
So
good.
that's one item. I want to be in the clear. I want transparency on these issues. That's number one. Number two, the last year's event, I don't think it's fair to be so critical of it, because the Parks Board did a bang up job in the position that they were placed in at that time. And you want to see a grass, and you weren't out there for this, but I was. Friday night, when the Tejano night was there, that place was hopping, because that was a different group and a different dynamic and a different demographic out there that has lost traditional places and environments where they can go and party and have dances. We know we used to have big dances.
Wow.
Queen of Peace used to have dances, and they were filled. My uncle used to have them at the Knights of Columbus that they sold to Abundant Life over there, filled up and making money off of those dancers. No longer any venues. As a matter of fact, just yesterday, a lady contacted me who I didn't even know owned property in Lamarque, owns a restaurant in Texas City, talking about that, which I'm going to give over to economic development on that side. But Friday night, that place was hopping, the people paying. And now the Saturday, I was back and forth, but you know me, I'm in the parking area. I prefer to be out there parking. But I want to preserve, this is me as a council person, preserve the Bayou Fest. I want to acknowledge the hard work, and Ms. Griffin is former member of the Parks Board, and Mac and the other members, the hard work that they did in putting that together in the short time period. The name, the talent wasn't there under the circumstances, all the issues that arose in that. So what I'm looking for is, and maybe that's where this is the beginning point there, the organization now. Let's get serious about organizing the, you know, our event schedule. I guess that's the goal here.
Right.
And then preserving what we have. I'd say this one thing, Mayor, fair in the square. I never, for me, it was never a birthday party for Lamarque. For me, fair in the square was all the old guys got there to have their beer and talk about all the time.
That's what a party is,
that
Joe.
was the
That's what a party.
right? It was party on the square, right? And but once again.
Yeah,
oh,
I got you.
But the only thing I want to say about Fair on the Square as a venue down there, well, a different city now. It was a lot of open lots in that area over there. Okay, the nearest thing, the post office was there. There were not a lot of those homes out there. And I think the biggest issue, if you're going to have music out there, is people going to be complaining because we have residences out there at this time. I remember you were there, JB and Councilmember Yancey. I thought that venue in Austin where they had the, when we went with the chamber to the
Galveston County Day?
Yeah, you remember that location?
Yes,
I thought that was brilliant because where? It was in the middle of all the parking lots.
Yep.
It didn't bother anybody out there. So that I think.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do, Mayor? We're going to just proceed and say, this is the, I'd like to say, offer a motion. We're acknowledging these ideas and that we're going to be working on them. What?
Yeah, no, I think that, did you want to?
I want to jump in.
Oh,
Okay.
Well, to Mayor Pro Tem, what he was asking is for,
And then
one, obviously for us to establish dates, but again, what this boils back down to is the dollars behind them. So you talk about the Tejano night, and it was much more lively the Friday than it was a Saturday. I'll be the first to tell you, we have lost and had numerous people pull out. And I'm not trying to badmouth Bayou Fest, but when you talk about, beer sales or anything like that, nobody wants to come out to do that because they don't make any money. Now, did they make money on Tejano night? Yes, they did. Absolutely. The problem is a couple of things. The site layout, for one, has to change. Two, it also has to deal with the monies that go behind them. The Tejano bands cost us 1/5 of what the others do. And so when we talk about Bayou Fest, again, I wasn't here in the heydays of Bayou Fest. I just go by the budget book and I go by how much we spent on it at that time. And it's more than what we have to spend now. The costs have gone up. So people that used to cost us 20,000 to book that actually pull numbers now cost us 50. And so we have a cap for the number of amount that we spend on talent, the number that we spend on those types of things. And so as we head into this budget season, time is of the essence because, you know, what we don't want to get to is to where we're knocking on October's door and nothing being planned. Obviously, the whole reason behind establishing the special events committee is because this cannot be done by one person. This cannot be done. The Parks Board is different than it was last year. Lost its co-chair, lost additional members as well. You look at KLMBC and it has changed when it comes to these events. So when we look at spring cleanup, when we look at the sites that we do them on, when we look at the roll-off dumpsters, and I don't want to get in the weeds with all of the different events, but it has to come with the dollar amounts that we attach to it. So if Bayou Fest is to be a Tejano only event, because that's what we can afford, then if that's the will of council and the public, then that's what we will do. But for us to maintain a 2-night event the way that it always has done is not fiscally responsible from this administration.
Yeah, and they'll come out in March too on Tejano night, Joe. They'll come out. Ms. Yancey, did you want to?
Well, let me say that I'm real honest. Everyone has suffered because of COVID, right? And getting things planned and building things back up. And the last couple of years, there's been piss poor planning, just the last minute. And this is the first time since I've been on council that I've actually seen a whole calendar of events. So I thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
But I do think since it's July, and I've been a promoter, planner, all that, it goes up as you wait to the last minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Waiting to the last minute, like we kind of are now. But, I've been to those events. The Tejano night was great. I didn't come Saturday because I had a funeral to go to, but Friday was great. I think because of the changing needs of our city, I'm gonna still place my hat in BioFest and BTR if we can get a healthy sponsor for BioFest. I think Tejano night and I think the 2-day event works. I like the 2-day event, but if we can't afford it, if we don't have a sponsorship, then that, of course, we can't do it. But I think, again, going back to that multi-generational need that we have, if we want to attract young families to Lamarck, I think we have to think about what BioFest. I had just moved here. How long? I didn't know. How long has BioFest been here? I didn't know it was 32 years. How long has BioFest been here? 32 years, because I've never heard about it until I moved back in 2016. And then it was like, you know, it was real big. And I understand what the mayor's saying about,
Rock, I thought it was only like 12 to 15 years. I thought it was only like 12 to 15 years. Bayou Fest at
so I don't.
Mike, come on to the podium and then we're gonna.
Sorry.
So the, Fair on the Square, it was a small quaint festival.
Right.
And there was a barbecue cook-off test. But what the city doesn't have now, the barbecue cook-off is in the field where now the police station and the daycare was. So all along the street was craft vendors. There was a little stage like they did on Juneteenth thing.
Right.
And then the little bitty small carts. So that was it.
So
okay, the reason why it was shut down 2 years back to back, they had fights. Stabbing.
Fair on the Square. At
Fair
Fair on the Square.
So city cut it.
what year was that, Mike?
That probably would have had to been about 88, 89, because then they felt it was all about the location, drawing a bad crowd. Okay, so then it got moved out because it was just new, factory out in the malls.
Okay.
They called the event the Gulf Coast Grill Off, and it
Okay.
was turned into a seafood cook-off. That was there 3, maybe 4, but at least 3 years.
Okay.
Then Highland Bayou Park was built.
So to the mayor's
So
point.
Bayou
it has
Fest
evolved.
wasn't Bayou Fest.
So to the mayor's point, this event, which started out as Fair on the Square, became the Bayou Fest and other things. Well,
it progressed up.
It progressed to Bayou.
So the event itself for 32 years, but it wasn't what we now know as Bayou Fest for 32 years.
No, the Bayou Fest was.
Because you're talking about the cook-off aspect of it.
That was the main thing. about
Okay.
it.
Okay.
It started as a cook-off and they literally had a lowboy trailer out there.
Okay.
The chamber paid for the band.
Okay.
And that was like that for 5 years. And then the city increased the money, city chamber, whatever, increased the money. And that's when they started, doing the bigger stage.
Right.
Not as big as what it is now, but a
I
bigger
got
stage. Okay, now fast forward, the cook-off grew. It kept growing in popularity. Parks Board kept paying to add more electricity and stuff.
Okay.
So, you know, that's all being, I understand where the mayor's
Yeah,
coming from,
right.
but let me say this. Like y'all just said, everything's gone up, costs have gone
Mhm.
up. COVID hit, think that's gonna knock the Bayou Fest budget down $50,000. It never got returned.
Okay.
So we're doing more with even less. with
Okay.
cost increase. So now, since Tink Jackson did that reduction, and I keep trying to push city staff, there's been zero effort to go after sponsors. There's resting on the laws, you got 50,000.
That's not true, sir. That's not true.
But there's no additional sponsor. So.
They don't want to bet on a bad horse.
Yeah.
Last year was thrown together at the last minute. Saturday's talent, it was because it reduced because we spent more on the Bahama.
Right.
Okay. I wrote numerous emails to the mayor and city manager. Let's get this thing kicked off and start planning. Just like y'all,
Right.
those industrial complexes over there, they're going through their budgets right now. They throw together a sponsor form 6 weeks out because we were scrambling because they tried to delay it. And I asked them, let's get that form out to these people. Cause I got my hand slapped
Yeah.
for trying to bring in sponsors. So they got a form that they created last year. All I gotta do is update the dates, get it out, cause just like y'all, businesses are planning their,
But these are growing pains.
Yeah,
they're dead.
yeah.
And
Let's-
we need the funds. I'm not trying to say, you know, city hot tax to pay for it all. I'm saying the city, you know, staff needs to get out that letter and send it. Cause I sat in there with a meeting with, the chamber,
Right,
city staff and the chamber last year.
right.
I asked the chamber to give us contacts to all them plants. They said no, because that's their responsibility.
Listen, yes. All right, here we go. Well, now, thank you, Mike. Thank you. Listen,
Thank you, Mayor.
everything that was just said proves why we need to make a drastic move. All I heard was it was thrown together at the last minute. This and that and this and what's being said is let's get a partner who, the only thing that partner wants is to move it to March. We are up here having a debate about a date. And that to me is confusing. It's in the same place. Mac McGaffey, Highland Bayou Park. It will be the same itinerary. It's just a date is all it is. And in order to replace that date, Fair on the Square was offered up. It could be Fair on the Square. It could be right across the bridge. It could be Fish in a Hole. Doesn't matter. Now, we're going to move on. Joe, you asked, what are we going to do about this? Nothing. No, I'm just kidding. What we're going to do about this is we're going to ask the administration to bring us a cost analysis on what it would look like for us to operate Bayou Fest the way that we have done it versus for a partner. If there is a partner in mind, BTR, they're sitting in the back. What it would cost the city if they were our primary partner.
In full disclosure, one of the aspects, again, that came from the residents about the October was, again, for us operationally, when we talk about all of this calendar of events, it's a mistype on here that was put on there. But it's the Gumbo Festival that happens the first week of November. That was put, we put on here Founder's Day twice. And so what we are looking to do is, again, just capitalize on partnerships. If the desire is for the dates or for everything to stay the same, again, we just have to make sure that the budget dollars are not expensed well beyond what are budgeted. Other sister cities have had those problems. I will be the first to tell you, I don't want that to be on my first year out. For us to be given 100,000 and we spend 200. And so,
yeah,
again, it's just as we head into budget season, as we look at these events as a whole, when we talk about even Juneteenth gala this past week, when that happened, again, we had more attendance than we've ever had because we're putting things out and preparing and marketing them well ahead of time. We've seen the same thing for spring cleanups, fall cleanups. Hurricane Huddle has additional partners. We just want to make sure that we're planning for these in event because, again, we as city staff, we're not event planners. We have special event committee that would add to that. We have some staff that have the institutional knowledge, but in all honesty, a good majority of them are senior in their divisions of departments of the city of Lamar, but they're not senior when it comes to city events. And so we want to make sure that we're doing our best diligence and our best foot forward.
Yeah. Go ahead, Joe, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Yo, you're fine. You're fine.
I just want to be clear. You brought it twice. There's been no decision of anybody organizing or taking over or anything else. I just want to say, is that a yes or a no?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Ask the question again because I didn't like your tone. No, ask the question again.
Yeah.
Nobody's
organizing it.
Nobody's taking, we are making the decision as a council, whether it be tonight or next meeting, whether or not we want to continue Bayou Fest in the same tradition, same scheduling, or if we want to choose another partner.
Well,
We have not made that decision.
Okay. Well, all I want to interject is that that it's, I don't see it as that, uh, the former where you said to continue BioFest in the same tradition. I think Councilperson Yancey mentioned that we need to start.
Let me qualify and clarify what I mean by same tradition, same time of year with the same structure of leadership, not whether or not we're gonna have bands or floats. Yeah, not that part. No, I'm not meaning that part.
Okay.
Were you good? Let me say this to wrap this up. Nothing that we have said, I think that I can speak for my council, and I will certainly speak for myself, is meant to detract from the service of our Parks Board. We are talking about an event and how best to move forward with that event. It's not a reflection on Mike or on Tanya or the rest of those fabulous people that have served on the Parks Board. We are, as any good organization, even your family, we are always reassessing what we do to see if we can do it more efficiently. You do it in your life, you do it in your own home, you do it in your businesses, and then you have to do it in government as well. And we might not like that process, but it is a process that we have to undertake if we're serious about trying to do what our community is asking us to do. A healthy debate, the way it's supposed to be, and so we'll move from there. Mr. Pritchett, next meeting, if you can have some cost analysis for us, leave both dates open, leave our October date open and our March date open, bring back a cost analysis, bring back any potential partners. They cannot speak tonight. They're here, perhaps next meeting, if they want to be a partner, we might let them speak, as well as Mr. Bach can come and provide his commentary as well. Let's do it like that. Give the council 2 more weeks to think about it and let the dollars make sense. Any objection from council?
Mayor, on the
Go ahead.
part about any potential partners, we're gonna put a notice out then. There must be a public notice on that of other groups.
You can do that. You can
Okay,
do that.
we
You can do that.
there's
And so when I say that, thank you, Joe, let's clarify that. When I say that, there will be, with the event committee, an opportunity for all of the partners to engage. The reason I said BTR is because they've done this before in our city. And so from a standpoint of understanding what it will take, not from the standpoint of we're up here to show you our plan, but from a standpoint of we've put events on in the city of Lamarque, in the city of Texas City, and wherever else they put them on. And these are the things that you should be looking for in a partner. Mike's going to tell us about how the Parks Board can navigate this question. And from both, looking at the dollars and cents, this council will make I believe, the decision that will be in the best interest of Lamarque as a whole. Is that fair enough? Any objections from any council member? Very good. We beat that horse dead. Good, healthy discussion. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Ms. Yancey. Number 9, city manager's report. A submitted report to update council and community on the standard operations of the city. The report can be acknowledged as a whole or discussed at the pleasure of council. As always, council, I'm going to read these off. If you want to discuss them, just let me know and we'll pull them after this, after I read those items off. 9-1, April and May 2025 water loss report. Anybody? You like that one? Yeah. Okay. That's Joe. Campion. 9-2, May 2025 municipal court stats. Anyone? 9-3, June 2025 sales tax report. Anyone? And then we'll finish with Mr. Pritchett's items for the good of the order. Mr. Campion, you had issues, questions, comments on 9-1.
Yes. Well, once again, I want to, staff, going back when this issue was first identified, getting that excessive water loss down.
Thank you.
One question I do have, and I guess Shannon's not here, but maybe you
He had a personal matter.
Yes.
So we'll try to answer it as best as we can. Sir.
Don't worry about it. Then I'll carry it. I'll email you.
Okay, thank you.
My question.
You good?
That's all. I'm fine.
Okay.
But I do also want to, 22%. I'm gonna say it louder, 22%.
22% water. Very good. Before we get into the items for the good of the order, Gus, I have a question. Ms. Yancey was not available when we were making our appointments earlier. She had stepped away. Is it legal for us to go back and allow her to make her appointment?
As the chair, you can go back if you want.
Council, without objection, let's go back to, what item is that, Ms. Yancey? Let's go back to item 7-1, I'm sorry. 7-1 and take it up again. Ms. Yancey, you had appointments?
Right, so since since she's not on the park board, that's my appointee, right? So I want to, so let me appoint Jamie Loftus to the park board.
Ms.
She's on the-
Loftus is on.
She's already on the public safety.
building committee.
Okay, I think someone said that I had to wait.
Until
she's
her-
done.
Until she finished. Okay, Melanie Stowe to the Building and Standards. And I'll get back with you with Jasmine, because I did talk to her, so I don't know what's going on with that, but I'll get back to you on that. If not, I'll choose somebody else.
Sounds like you have one appointment tonight. That is Miss Melanie Stowe to the Building and Standards Committee. Is that right?
Yes.
I will entertain a second. Let's call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Yancey. Returning back to item 994, items for the good of the order, Mr. Pritchett.
Yes, sir. Thank you. First and foremost, I would love to thank everybody who came out, as well as the staff who made our Juneteenth gala a tremendous success. This year's theme was legacy, and we got to highlight one of our own community members that has a living legend when it comes to rodeo, when it comes to Hall of Fame, all the above. I think that the event was well attended, other than me getting busted in the mouth and bleeding all over the place. It was a very fun night, and it was filled with our state representative from Senator Mays Middleton's office, as well as State Representative Terry Leo Wilson, who were come to present our proclamation this year. It is also my esteemed pleasure to talk about how this coming Wednesday, we will have BAHEP's Economic Partnership 89th legislative session briefing, and that's going to be this Wednesday at 3:30 to 6 o'clock. Following that, we are partnering through our continued partnerships with HGAC, with the city of Houston that same evening to have recognition and joining the city of Houston's Mayor Whitmire and council members for an event that evening from 6 o'clock onward. We are also, for items good of the order, we are making strides in our police, fire, and public works, as those are our largest three departments. We are making the adjustments when it comes to our stormwater, as well as the drainage issues for the city of Lamarque, as well as police and fire collective bargaining. As we move forward, those will continue next week on Wednesday and Thursday, on the 2nd and the 3rd of July. It is also my esteemed pleasure to let you know, well, I guess, let me let you know that Friday, July 4th is obviously a holiday. And so our city offices will be closed. Emergency services will still be in operation. But Saturday, July 5th is going to be our Life and Liberty event out at McGaffey Highland Bayou Park. What that will be centered around is the charity event of police and fire unions playing softball games that will also include kids kickball, as well as other family-friendly events out, including a car show. So if you have classic cars, modified cars, or all the above, please register on the cityoflamarque.org. We are hoping to turn McGaffey Highland Bayou Park into a great setup for life and liberty. Other than that, I believe that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. We are now, I believe, moving past executive session to request and announcements. Council, remember, best you can, all of that language underneath requests and announcements. We will start with Ms. Griffin, who is our newest member.
I have nothing.
That's powerful. I like it. I wish I could be like that, but Joe Lowry, I got to talk. Go ahead, Mr. Lowry.
Obviously ditches, District C, everything kind of stopped after Mr. Garcia left and went everywhere else. So not sure what happened there, but it's not a good look for the city. It's not a reflection of me. I've requested this stuff to be done for over a year as an elected official and previously prior to my running for office. So nothing to my fault for that stuff being done. But I would request again that you please pick up where Mr. Garcia was working through the district to help the citizens over there. And also please open communication, Mr. Pritchett. There's a lack of communication, no response to emails, text messages, and very unprofessional, very unprofessional. So I am one of your bosses up here, and please consider that when I email you or text you. Proper response, please, would be nice. Thank you.
Ms. Jansen.
Okay, I had an amazing time, as we celebrate Freedom Season, and we call it Freedom Season in Galveston County all the way from June to July 4th. As we, so I've been attending a lot of different events. I've had a great time. So I want to thank for everyone that came and actually participated with the Juneteenth Gala. We received a lot of good feedback on that. That was our third year, and I enjoyed being part of that. So thank you to the staff and everyone that put that together. I would like to ask for our special events committee that we look into. I know we talked about it before, Mr. Pritchett, the historical districts of A and D, and I think after that, everybody kind of wanted to see what Galveston did this year for the 160th of Juneteenth was incredible. The things that they're doing to bring tourism to their area. And we have some of that same history that we're not really speaking on. And I would love to see our special events committee to include that as part of their agenda, to do that. I'm also interested in helping some of our local churches in the area with maybe a church softball league or kickball league to maybe last 3 or 4 months to debut next year. So we can ask the Parks Board to help us with that and maybe get some signups. That's something that in the city of Boston, the churches there have been doing over 40 years. And it's a great way to bring fellowship among all the churches and the community and let people know the different congregations that are here. People are having a hard time sometimes connecting with people in the community. On your city manager report, could you also put an update at least once a month on the Marque High School and how that's going and the permitting process and all that, so we can keep an update of how that's going, so we could help with the accountability to hopefully make sure they open up in the spring of 2026. For District A, we're still waiting on that interlocal agreement with Drainage District 2.
Still working on it.
Still working on it, okay. So we can go through some of those ditches and dredge them and all of that. So we do have all the tools right now to do all that. Do we have the manpower?
Working on that too.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Because I know some of our residents have been talking about that, as well as when those signs for the street signs, I know that we've been ordered, hopefully that they'll get an update on the new signs for the community. The street signs that we ordered with the All-American logo.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so we can get an update on that, and when we will know what, that they're there. So thank you to your staff. Jefferson Street, it's amazing. All the work that's been done off of Westwood. Thank y'all so much. We've been talking about that. Now, I will have to say this because Meadow Lane, my street, looks a hot mess. It feels like a lunar moon. I cannot wait. And we got it passed through this last county bond. When will that work start? You know?
He can't respond.
Yeah.
I can't ask that question.
He can't
Can't
respond.
Can't respond. Okay. Because people are asking me. So if you could give me an email, let me know when that work will begin, so I can give my neighbors some insight.
Good news.
Thank you.
If I could interject, the tourism portion, we definitely need to probably include the EDC. That's one of their biggest driving forces. And so, you know, for us, we need to make sure that we partner those as well. I know that Mr. Lowry, you also had mentioned stormwater.
All right, hold on.
You can't.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
It was-
yeah.
it was
yeah.
Thank you,
on
thank you,
the
thank you.
Was it on the agenda tonight?
No, it was not.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. I'll yell at you tomorrow.
It's fine. It's fine.
All right, Ms. Yancey, you gotta
Okay,
stop
Thank you.
causing confusion up here. I'm teasing. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something? I'll take your time if you want me to.
No,
You sure?
I'll make it quick.
I'll do
You'll have
double.
pl- You'll have plenty of time. Plenty of time. Just some requests. Number one, and I sent it to Kira and discuss it with Gus as well too. It didn't pass because the governor vetoed it. Is it THC?
THC.
THC.
Mhm.
But I recall we had this discussion in the past when we were having difficulty of applicants passing our drug testing here in the city. So I would like to put that as an item for us to refresh our memory and possible applicants as well as to a discussion of our drug testing policy here in the city. And I'm beginning to understand that now we have a lot of seniors using THC products, which I didn't even realize, gummies and things of that nature. So anyway, discussion of drug testing policy. That's an item I asked for. Mayor, we were gonna schedule a meeting to discuss the street bond issue. Isn't that, we
Mhm.
still
When is,
waiting on
Kara, have
that?
we
What,
scheduled
the
that yet?
workshop?
Tentatively, July 14th.
Tentatively July 14th?
July
Okay.
14th.
Tentatively, put tentatively down there, Joe, because I don't want you yelling at everybody.
Okay, July 14th.
If
And
it
that will
falls
have the
through.
list of the streets that are being done and under our list of the whole capital improvements,
Will
correct?
that have the list of the
That's
streets done, Ms. Pritchett,
That's
It
the
is,
goal.
yes, sir.
on that day? Okay,
Okay, so that brings up that.
you good with
report
that?
Yeah, for the last 12 months, that was actually last council meeting,
Yeah.
you were, we requested that you bring us the last 12 months where the streets were repaired, what districts had work done in them, and the cost for each district. And I have not seen that email or
It's
anything.
not done compiled yet,
Yeah,
but we will
yeah.
bring it to council.
And then the item that was presented, and I'll follow up with you, Mr. City Manager, and then staff, but I've been studying this issue of the overflow, the sewer overflow and other municipalities and discussing it with some other staff, managers and administrators. There is not enough money in the United States to deal with all the infrastructure problems that cities are facing. I just want to make that clear.
That's true.
Age and whatnot. But there are options out there. And that's what I want to discuss. Principle of which the city of St. Louis has done already. They couldn't afford the repairs, but it's to have, and I'll present it a discussion. I just want to set up a meeting and with you guys on this. Some ideas, possibly get the residents involved in this as well too, on how we can deal with these unique situations in neighborhoods with regard to preventing. The issue is preventing the crap coming into our homes. And let me say this, I get it myself at my home. There's one bathroom that's completely unusable because of the constant backflow issues there. So I've been studying it and I'd like to follow up and get the community involved in that discussion as well too. Mayor, those are the three items that I
Those are the
have.
three you had? Very good. Let me say that I attended the Juneteenth gala. Was that last week?
Yes, sir.
You know, weeks, they run
Yes,
together.
last-
Last week, I attended the Juneteenth gala. And I just wanted to share, it was a wonderful evening and a very interesting speaker who talked about being a cowboy. That right there did it for me. I was fascinated with the idea that anyone would want to get on a horse or a bull and ride it. But in particular, um, uh, um, on that night, at that occasion, it solidified for me what Juneteenth is really and truly about. And it is about freedom. But more than that, it was one of the most powerful and significant times that our country lived up to its creed, because it chose freedom over profits, over economic advancements, and over many, many other issues of the day. And if America is anything, America is the land of the free. And so I'm hopeful that as this country moves forward, that we continue to be reminded that Juneteenth is not a purple holiday or a brown holiday or even a green holiday. It is a holiday that highlights the significant action of this country choosing freedom. And as I said that night, some of us as brothers and sisters came through Ellis Island, and some of us did not, but all of us suffered. All of us were in some form or fashion limited when we got here. But it is the dream of America that moves us from those limitations, whether they be slavery, or if you are Irish or Italian or coming from another part of the world, economic conditions. Whatever those limitations were, this country is so great that it allows for us to move from limitations to limitless possibilities. And that's what Juneteenth is about. It's not an African-American story, James. It is an American story. Had a good time at that. Looking forward to Life and Liberty, our nation's birthday, which is also in Ms. Yancey's own commentary, which also brings a fine point to the idea of freedom in our country, that our country was built on the idea that all men are created equal and that all of us deserve to be free, and that we shouldn't be paying taxes to a government that's halfway around the world. That's progressed to let's not pay taxes at all, but that's a different commentary. Let me move on. I have some requests. Mr. City Manager, I asked for a stormwater plan for the council to review. It is hurricane season. There is a disturbance in the Gulf, not the Gulf. I'm scaring people. There's a disturbance in the Atlantic Ocean already. It does not, it's not expected to hit land anywhere, but the season is starting to crank up. So, Mr. Pritchett, I'd like to see that so that we can, in good confidence, share with our residents that we are or are not prepared, right? Secondly, I would like for us to have a safe city update. It's been a while since we've had a safe city update. So we want to make sure that we are keeping the gas on to keep with these advancements in reduction of crime, making our streets safer for all of our residents, as well as it's time for us to, and when I say us, I mean the council, it's time for us to really lean into the 2050 plan. We have been polishing and shaping and amending and correcting this 2050 plan for about a year now. And it's time for us to present something to the community so that we can all get the notion, get the message, get the direction, and move forward. There's nothing further. I enjoyed tonight. You have something? Okay. Let me finish. I enjoyed tonight. I'm gonna say this before Gus gets mad at me. We had a healthy debate, and we didn't always all agree tonight on everything, but we listened to each other. We were passionate. and then we brought it back down and we moved forward as a team, and that's a good sign. Hopefully, we can do that in the future, and in even greater and more effective capacity. Ms. Yancey.
So, Ms. Stowe she's a longtime sponsor for the Marque High School Band, and they are requesting donations for water. So I would like to donate, $250 here from my discrepancy fund towards the band. And anybody else that would like to donate, because y'all know we're the heat index and, they need water. So they're asking for donations for water. I forgot to say that, don't mind.
Kiara was looking at you like, you don't have any money in your budget?
I didn't say that.
But that's how you was looking. I'm just kidding. We're having so much fun tonight. Let's not leave, Joe.
Let's not leave. But keep your money. Red Cross will provide the money. Don't worry.
Red Cross.
Water,
Ms. Stowe.
not the money, the water.
Yeah.
Water, Red Cross will do it.
We'll provide that.
Thanks, Constance.
Won't Red Cross do it? Did you have something before we go? Did Avery have anything? I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned.